Is this going to the right place? Yes, it is. Okay. That's fine. Hey, good to know the YouTube notifications actually worked. Remember to ring that bell. Well, I appear to be clipping a bit. Let's just drop that down. That should be better. I'm just trying to... What's it showing up as on YouTube at the moment? It's supposed to be showing up as Painting the Void Dragon. But according to my dashboard, it just says Rob Paints Models live stream, so I'm not sure what's going on. Yep, okay. It's just not showing up correctly in my dashboard, which is very annoying. Manage. I wonder if it's because I did it through Streamlabs. Oop, mute that. It seems to be working. Okay, it seems to be working now. Well, okay, it's not working for me, but if everyone else says it's showing up for that, then I believe you. Let's bigger chat here so I can see it. Ah, yes. 'Tis the Void Dragon. Let's see if we can sort out the old camera here. Oh, it can go close to the monitor. That's good. I cable managed my PC a couple of weeks ago, and now there's not much slack on the old webcam cable. Oh, that's blown out to hell. Let's fix that. Properties. Configure video. I said configure video. Bring it to the front. This is great. I love streams which all start off with all the technical mucking about at the start. They're great. So professional. None of that. I'll stick that on a different screen. It's not that big. It's just tall. It's very wiry. It's only, I think it's only one sprue actually. Ask me any questions you want to know about the old Voidy Dragon. What do you mean auto white balance? I know what the white balance is supposed to be. It should be 6500. According to my, if my lamp's correct. So, right. 6.5. No, 5.6. Ah, it's 5600. The other white meat. 50. 6. Apply. That kind of looks close enough. Or was it better with auto? Now it's just not updating. Excellent. No autofocus, no auto exposure. That I need between -6 and -7. I guess -7's gonna. No, let's go -8, and then focus should be okay on auto. It's a big model, and that's it's working out to be a bit bluer. Oh, that's 5K-ish. That looks about right. Apply. And I'll muddle with the brightness a bit. So it's not bad. There we go. That's better. Hey, webcam. And then it went and lost all my settings. Why you do this to me every time, Streamlabs? Okay, I'm just going to leave the settings window open, because apparently if I click OK it goes all nuts. So, let's catch up on the chat here. Thought it would be smaller. Well, let's get something for some size comparisons. What have I got on my table? Okay, here's a Space Marine. Here's this guy. See, it's not that big at all. It's a perfectly normal size for a model. Or what else we got? What's a good size comparison? Ooh, what have I actually got in my case? Okay, well, there's the Void Dragon, and there's that guy. See, it's not a big model at all. The actual guy isn't actually that big. He's just really high up. Or the last model that Games Workshop sent me to paint. Here's the Triumph of St. Catherine. Here's the Void Dragon. See? They're commensurate sizes. Right? It's about the same. There's more sprues involved in this one than this one. Honestly. So yeah, okay, maybe he is a bit big, but he just doesn't seem it to me, because he's just very tall. There's not actually like a lot of surface area here to paint, and the majority of this guy's like. I did all of this dry brushing, by the way. All of these metallics are just dry brushed on, very quickly, slap dash kind of method, just so I could get something on him to see what he looked like. He takes to dry brushing metallics very easily, so if you just want to knock this guy out quick, you can get a really nice finish on him. This was dry brushed using these, which are Vallejo Metal Color. This is Exhaust Manifold, which is like the first one I did. Then I go up to Silver, and then I think I used some Vallejo Model Air Chrome and Steel for the brightest parts. Generally, just doing the downstrokes on most of it, so that I leave the slightly darker tones in the undersides. So, yeah. But technically this isn't airbrush paint, but it does dry brush well. You've just got to really clean your brush when you use it in order to get most of the paint off, because it's such a very wet paint. I have a rough idea of what I want to do with this guy, but what I'm going to do first is all of these bits of stone around the base. I'm going to do them in kind of a black stone recipe, blackish bluish stone recipe. So that's what I'm going to be doing on stream with my big fat dry brush. How many times did I want to launch at the wall for being a fiddly bugger? Many. Many times. You'll note this is in one assembly. You can't do this in sub-assemblies. Maybe you can do this bit and the wings in a sub-assembly. But I chose not to. Because this... everything is connected to the base in some way. He's not actually easy to break. He's actually pretty sturdy, to be honest. In the same way that the night haunts look like they're really easy to break, but they just kind of bounce and they're springy. Boing, 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 boing. Like, you drop him on carpet, he'll probably be fine. Boing. But yeah, in terms of sub-assemblies, everything connects via one of these lightning tendrils eventually to the base. So, doing them in sub-assemblies is actually a nightmare. And this body... there are so many joints on it that I had to clean up with sandpaper and green stuff, and I still didn't get them all. Like, kind of here is really bad. There's a bad seam there, and down the sides here. It's like, look at it from the front. Oh, thank you. Someone pledged $10 via Patreon, which is strange because my Patreon's closed. I'm not sure what that's hooked up to. It's probably a membership. It'll be a membership to the channel. Thank you guys. Yeah, so the body was an absolute mare to put together. I think I flubbed it like 4 or 5 times, just trying to hold the bits together. I recommend using super glue, not plastic cement, because when I did built in with plastic cement, it just wasn't setting fast enough for the incredibly like tenuous grip that a lot of the parts had on each other. So he was an absolute mare. I mean, Games Workshop sent me this like a while ago now. I can't actually remember exactly when they sent it to me, but I've had my hands on it for quite a while. But I've been holding off painting it because I've been painting Space Marines, basically. Space Marines and Pathfinders. Right. Well, it's just everyone's just pledging. Wow, so many people. I wasn't expecting this. I've been painting these guys, which I've nearly finished, instead of painting this, because I wanted to paint Pathfinders. There's so many notifications coming in now, I can't believe it. I can't keep up with all of them. I'm sorry, it's. I could just sit here and read people's names. Andrea, see, that's not fair, having a name I can't pronounce. I don't know how to pronounce an O with a line through it. Someone tell me. Kieran Close, I can pronounce that. Welcome, Kieran Close. Yeah, so sub-assemblies aren't a thing. There's a little heart in there. Like, you could maybe do it if you're better at building models than I am. So I decided to do it all in one. And since I don't have a Necron army, I'm not doing the best paint job in the world on him. But I thought it'd be a really interesting experience to try out. So what am I going to do? Start off... Well, that doesn't help! An O with an umlaut. That doesn't... Shakes fist. Why can't people on the internet have stupid names? Like Mike here. No, Mike's name's fine, it's just Mike. So, where's my Dark Reaper? No, that's Incubi Darkness. Is that Dark Reaper? That's Thunderhawk Blue. I organised my paint thing and I still can't find anything. Is that it? A Dark Reaper. So I'm going to be doing all of the stone on the base first, and all of this stuff. I'm basically going to try and get this model into a point where I can airbrush some OSL onto it and start messing about with that, because I'm mostly using this as an experimentation pad for object source lighting and effects and things like that. and a bit of true metallic metals as well. Which, as said, I've already done most of it as a base layer, but I'll go over it again in the future. Where's my kitchen roll? I can show you. I will get out the most recent projects, because I only finished them a few days ago. Sure, I'll get a scrap the sergeant. So people did ask, what have I been up to? So I'm going to have to position this underneath the old pop-ups that are popping up. So this is my Raptors Sergeant. I've got autofocus off, haven't I? No, I don't. It's just shit. Tick, tick, tick. Wrong way. There we go. So, Assault Intercessors. I've been heavily back into the Raptors. And my Eradicators, I did their bases the other day. They're still a bit flaky. I still need to finish the metallics on these guys. So there's the Eradicator Sergeant, and a leaf already fell off the base. And this is one of the regular Eradicators. This guy is big, he's in the way. Keep poking my hand on him. The pledges keep coming in. Lewis Nielsen, welcome. I'm really glad I chose the Sisters of Battle gift for that now. Because it's my favourite faction. Derek! So, yeah. Raptors. I've decided all my Raptors heavy support choices have yellow helmets. The assault choices, or rather, if they're an intercessor, their helmet is regular colour. If they're in this armour, Gravis armour, then they get a yellow helmet. And it's mostly because the Gravis armour... Do I have another guy? Yeah. This is a guy before being painted, just sitting on my desk. Can't see their bloody helmets inside their armour. They just disappear. So I've decided that if they've got Gravis armour on, I'm painting their helmets yellow, so they pop out. So it's my Eradicators from Indomitus. So that's what I've been up to. That and finishing a Tau commission, which I've had on the go since before COVID broke out. But I am making progress on that now, so literally only have Stealth Suits and Commander to go. Oh, and I did a little bit of work on my Imagifier as well, which is probably very hard to see in this light because it's just blown out. But that marble looks a lot better when the light's not blowing it out. I don't want to mess with my lighting at the moment. Check out my Instagram and such like, there's links in the description. I am not coming back to YouTube full time. This is partly a lockdown thing, partly a Games Workshop sent me a model, asked me to paint it. I then didn't paint it. But then today was the day when the embargo broke because it went up for pre-order. So now I'm doing a stream where I paint it. So yes. Big brush. This brush is a large Rosemary & Co. for smushing. It's just large, there's no size numbers or anything on these. And I'm not that bothered about cleaning up the metallics near the lightning because I'm going to spray over that with an airbrush later anyway. Yes, this is a great brush for doing dry brushing. Very durable. I think it's like badger hair or something. They are natural fibres, so actually really, really, really good and soft. And as long as you keep this clean every now and again, this is amazing for dry brushing. Especially big things. There is a link in the description to places where you can buy brushes, but I don't think I've got a link to Rosemary & Co.'s site in there, actually. I'm not sure if you can get Rosemary & Co. brushes from anywhere else than their own site. But there is a link to Jackson's Art Supplies. They might sell them. To Jackson's Art Supplies. It's an affiliate link, full disclosure. But if you sign up there, you get 10% off your first order from if you go by that link. And they've got better prices on most paintbrushes, like Winsor & Newton Series 7s, Raphael 8404s, I use those a lot. And they're better prices than Amazon, even with shipping. So I recommend that. I need to not rest my arm on the table, because otherwise I'm just going to make the camera wobble. So you can see it's very easy to get, it's actually quite easy to get access to the areas of the model. I was going to be sarcastic then, but actually I was like, actually no, I'm not having any problems whatsoever. How does GW handle these things? They send me an email, ask me if I want to paint the model, and then they send me the model if I say yes. That's how it works. I don't ask them for something to paint. They offer to send me stuff to paint. And I don't have to paint anything. So I generally only say yes to things that I'm like really interested in. Which I was on this one, because I don't normally paint Necrons. The last time I painted a Necron, it was like a 1 hour speed paint deal of the Necron Overlord. Just to see if I could paint a model in an hour. How fragile do you think he is? Well, I'm being quite rough with him. He is not very fragile at all. Like, he's fine. Just don't drop him like onto a hard floor. Like, but why would you do that with any model? He is no more fragile than anything else. Like, I've got no qualms about being quite rough with him. He looks fragile, but he's actually pretty solid. So I'm not particularly familiar on my Necron lore. Them not being an army I have. So I'm not 100% on who I'm painting him up as. I do know that I'm going basically from metal and green of this style. It's kind of box arty. I think I'm basically done with this colour now. I'm going to go from that to Thunderhawk just quickly. I don't know if this is a new character for the You're asking the wrong person. Mr. Dave Doge. Person whose name I always recognise from the comments on my videos. Well, is it Doge or is it Doggy? Which do you prefer, Dave? So this is just some Thunderhawk, and I'm just doing this a little bit lighter. This is just because I didn't want to go straight to rust grey, which is the next colour. Oh, there's scarabs. Well, the dry brushing is picking them out, which will make it easier to find them later. There's a little scarab. Boopity boop, right there. Ultimately, this is basically just forming the background for what is going to be the main show, which will be all of this stuff, which I'm going to basically do white ink, then yellow, then green, which is seems arse about it, but it's actually the order I'm going to do it in is because green will go better over yellow than yellow will go over green, basically. You prefer dog as a surname with a silent g at the end. Well, I've always read your name as Dave Doge. So that's it. That's your Dave Doge to me now. Is that a cloth or no? That's just stone in the middle, isn't it? Just a big dies. That's mispronouncing words. So once I've got this done, we're going on to rust grey. And I'm not really cleaning the brush between these colours. And up here, this area, I'm not sure what colour to do that in yet. This doesn't look like it's metal because it's all pockmarked compared to the rest of him, which isn't. Like, this looks like it could be obsidian or something. As does this bit here. Like, these whole wings look like they're made of a completely different material to the rest of him. Dais. A deist. Sounds wrong. That's looking good. Okay. Rust grey. Yes. Nope, that's Fenrisian. That's later. Calgar blue. Why are there so many blues? Is it because of ultramarines? Is this rust grey? This is rust grey. Anyone think the new race is a thing? If there's a new race at all, it'll be the race that's been teased in Blackstone Fortress for a while. You know, the ones with the little turrets? I did see that rumour knocking about, that there might be a new race for 9th edition, a new Xenos race. I mean, it's about time, but honestly, I'd rather they just friggin' finish refreshing the Eldar range and the Orcs. Finish what you started, Games Workshop. We know there's going to be new Orc Boy models, you've teased them. Give us the Orc Boyses. And they're like nevers. Yeah, I reckon if there's a new race, it'll be the guys that have been in Blackstone Fortress for the last couple of years. Because where the hell did they come from? I can definitely say that I have not heard absolutely anything remotely official about a new race. But then again, they've never told me about anything that hasn't already been announced. I don't get to hear about things early. I just occasionally get sent an early model. So I don't know any more than anyone else. And anyone that says that they do, well, they might. Honestly, the people that are most likely to know about anything is the guys that do bat reps because they get sent codexes early, so that they can review them. So, us painters tend to just get sent the big models. They do pay attention to what we like painting, though. Like, they know that I like the big things. That's looking good. Starting to get some body in there, and now the dry brushing is over. That was the easy bit, which has only taken me about 20 minutes. I tell you what, who watched the live stream? I didn't, but I did read the live blog afterwards, and I was just like, don't get me in trouble, Jim. They'll believe you. I'm excited for Underworlds again, but only because they finally got Mortals of Slaanesh models, and I'm just like, they are gorgeous, I want to paint them. I don't want to spend 6 hours building a deck for Underworlds, but I will paint those models quite happily, thank you. Plus, my partner has a Slaanesh army for Age of Sigmar, so it's, you know, we're in there. Where the hell's my paper? But yeah, I don't give the slightest shit about the new High Elves, to be honest. If you're into that, then you're into that. That's fine. But they're not for me. But the new Slanesh models... Oh boy. Those new Slanesh models, I'm just like... Mwah! Looks perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. As soon as I've had... the guy with the lady on his back. Looks a little bit like Xerxes from 300. I've had that guy sitting in a box, half assembled, for a really long time now, and not had opportunity to paint him because other things keep coming up. But I'm just like, ever since I saw him, I was like, that's what I want the Mortals to look like, and they have delivered. And I hope that they'd give us an actual set of units like that. Where's my paintbrush? This is a Raphael 8404 size 1, for those that are keeping track. Yeah, I mean, I liked the empty armor guy that they did for the Lumineths, but aside from that, I'm not a big fan. So I'm not going to do like super over the top edge highlighting here. I'm just trying to pick out some of the edges with this rust grey. So that it's a little bit, and obviously because this is like ruined stone, I'm not being the most precise with this. And I'll do something with the text that's on there at the end, probably with a contrast paint or something. So I'm not sure how long we're going to be doing this stream for, but it's probably going to be for quite a while. I've already had my dinner. And I'm in this for the long haul now. So I figure once I've got these rocks done, and the little scarabs that are on them, yeah, but Games Workshop are kind of, they're trolls, aren't they? They'd be like, even if they told us there's an entirely new race coming, I wouldn't believe it till I see the models. Says won't go overboard and edge highlighting it, proceeds to laser focus in on one rock. That's how my brain works. Oh no, I'm not gonna spend too much time edge highlighting. The mouth says one thing, the hand says something else. I'm just using the edge of the brush here, and a kind of a shaky hand motion on purpose, because it's going to create some texture. Zote army. They teased the Zote. We're getting a whole army of Zotes. That's what we're getting. Yeah, okay, that's working. Just need to pick out the topmost edges really, and some of these sidey ones. I think it's definitely going to be squats. Right, they're due a new book. Codex Abhumans. What the? oh, someone... My partner's using the shower, and I was like, what the hell's that noise? I don't know if you could hear it on the thing. This guy is an excellent sculpt. My only complaint is just how hard he was to assemble. I mean, in defence of the model, I was doing it on the couch in not very good lighting conditions while watching telly, so your mileage may vary. I get annoyed at the fact that they only really ever do lip service to the Xenos races and then spend the rest of their time focusing on the Imperium and then Chaos. It's just like, oh yeah, we've released models for one Xenos race each year. Meanwhile, new Space Marines every 3 months. I know they're the best sellers, but I would prefer some new Xenos models every now and again, thanks. A bit more frequently than they're pushing them out. We're still waiting on a new Imperial Guard regiment. Cadia's gone, man. Are you waiting until you've sold all those kits before you give them a new model, a new regiment? Guard tanks aren't too bad for the most part. I'm glad we got Plastic Hydra in the end, although I'm sad that it wasn't an enclosed Hydra like the Forge World one. Still got half of one of those sitting in my bits box. My bits box is a little treasure trove of unfinished, unpainted, out-of-print models. Wait, I am literally edge highlighting something that you cannot see now. So that can't be true because I can get my brush to it. So you must be able to see it. So, see, it's around about now that if this was of a video, I would have fast forwarded to the next section. But you guys get to watch me do this for the next half an hour. And then I'll do it again with a different colour. I'm like, good luck to everybody that stays. You have immeasurable patience. There's just certain edges that dry brushing won't pick up well. And if you want to build some texture up, dry brushing isn't, like, not texture. Jim, you're a madman. Don't ever change. It's like, yes, they're 80% of the players, but they all have a second army. That's the thing, we've all got a Space Marine army. Do you know why? Because they're the ones that get the models all the time. It's a bit of a self-fulfilling whatchamacallit, isn't it? Well, if you only ever released Space Marines, then logically you're only ever going to sell Space Marines. Everybody downvote Jim for that terrible joke. I don't think you can downvote in chat. This is looking almost exactly how I imagined it so far. Once I start getting the OSL in, it'll be right nice. I find it weird to think that I'm famous for painting models when I think that I'm terrible at painting models. Also, I'm more famous for painting models than I am for making video games. Which I'm just like, oh, that's sad. Which joke? Hey. Have you seen the new Orc War Boss on bike from RTLW Figures? Now that's what a War Boss on the bike looks like, man. RTLW's Orc range, the Iron Clan or whatever it is. Damn. They look more orky than Games Workshop's orcs. It's like they've raised the bar in terms of what an orc looks like in my head. They've taken the aesthetic that Games Workshop established for orcs and they've just dialed it all the way up to 11. I still haven't painted the Iron Boss though. It's just too many models, not enough time. Gotta earn a living, you know. And painting models doesn't do it. Making meme videos pays the living. But that's not what I'm into. Hello, DJ Menace. Welcome to the Void Dragon, aka Rob paints edge highlights on some stones for an hour. Hopefully it'll actually be a bit better than that. I'm only really doing the ones that are raised up and not that bothered about the ones in the middle there. And remember, paint dries not as brightly as it looks when it's put on wet. This is the thing I often have to tell myself. So the next stage will be faster than this one through this colour, because it's literally just popping straight to Ulthran Grey and then just doing a few dots here and there. Just to pick out corners and stuff. And again, I don't want to do that as dry brushing because it'll pick up too many corners. Whereas I want all this stuff to look chipped and damaged, so I'm just kind of doing it in a haphazardy fashion. While I listen to my relaxing Zelda music. So the next question will be, after I finish this, is what am I going to do with it? Am I just going to let it sit in my display case forever? The answer to that is probably not. I'll probably sell it, to be honest. It'll probably sit in there for a couple of months. There we go. I need the space for more orcs. I will sell. Because I'm planning on getting a Stomper for Christmas. The Forge World Stomper. The old customer Stomper. This is my Christmas present to myself. As a reward for holding down a job for almost a full year. I will buy myself a very expensive Forge World model of a very large model that I will paint for the rest of the following year after it. What was the orc company? Artel W. ARTEL-W. Jim's got you there. By the time this message gets out, you'll have already visited their website. They also sell some very good Imperial Guard looking models, which I have painted some of them, and they are a treat to paint. The details are so fine that it's hard to believe that they're 28mm, to be honest. And the quality of the cast that I got off Artel W for all of their stuff is perfect. It's like I barely had to do any cleanup at all, which for resin is astounding. I have other paint ranges. I've got an entire drawer over here of Vallejo paints. I'm trying to pronounce it correctly, but I'm struggling. But I've already got 250 quid's worth of paints in a box over there from Games Workshop, collected over the years. I'm not going to spend more until I've run it out. But of course, then the problem is, if you've got an army, you want your paint colours to match. So then you go back and you buy more Games Workshop paints when you run out to replace the ones that you've used up. And that's how they get you locked in. But paint's paint. I just use whatever colour I want, that I like. But because I've just got such a big collection of Games Workshop paints now, that's what I use. I haven't had Coke Zero in almost 18 months. I can't say I like it. I thought I'd try it again, and I'm just like, I miss my Dr. Pepper. Oh, that's a scarab, not a rock. I always wonder, because I know quite a bit about how 3D modelling packages work, so I'm a games developer in my real life. So I always wonder how the Games Workshop sculptors go about with stuff like this, where they've got rubble coming up from the base. Like, did Mr. Daranatham build something and then break it apart using like fracture tools and rearrange the pieces in his sculpting app? Whatever they use, they probably use their sculpt, to be honest. So, what does this reassemble into, all of this stuff? It looks a bit like it would just reassemble into a big circle. Stargate style. I can't stand Pepsi Max. Generally, the colas have just... I've lost the taste for them over the year. Now... I said I wasn't going to do these, but I'm only doing the top corners. Top edges. Whoop. I wonder if I could get Mr. Darren Latham to do a interview for the channel. That would be a coup, wouldn't it? I might message him and ask him if he's allowed. It doesn't hurt to ask, does it? All those Patreon messages have disappeared now. I am starting to wonder if those were real messages or if it was just Streamlabs catching up with the old stream of my old Patreon. I'd have to check after the stream. Either way, it was fun. Most people don't normally give me any money on a stream, so I'd be very surprised if it was real. Isn't his... Last time I looked, his YouTube channel was still there, though. Is it still there? Because I know that he was going to shut it down, but I don't remember. Darren Latham. It's still there. It's still there, and so are all the videos. 43 videos, still live. His channel has not been shut down. I think they ended up just letting him keep it up. Because he wasn't actually hurting anyone. And I don't think he ever monetized his videos. He stopped making content for it, which I think was all they really wanted him to do. Like, stop putting out free content when they've got their own YouTube channel doing the same thing. But yeah, I think it would have been a bad show on their part to actually get them to archive everything so that you couldn't see it anymore. It was very, very handy videos. Also, when watching a lot of them just go, oh yeah, that's how I paint it. Oh, is that what happened? So all the times he acknowledged that he was using a non-Games Workshop branded brush, and the fact that I know that all of the heavy metal painters use Winsor & Newton Series 7s for everything. It's like, you go to Heavy Metal Studios, there's not a single Games Workshop branded brush being used for anything other than dry brushing. And I know this because I asked one of the heavy metal painters at Warhammer Fest what they paint with, and it was just like, oh yeah, Winsor & Newton Series 7. Like, what do you varnish with? Oh yeah, just any artist's acrylic like Winsor & Newton's varnish. It's like, yep, I thought so. But obviously GW doesn't want people to know that. Their own painters don't actually use their own products apart from the paints. I know, right? I don't even pay 15 quid for a Winsor Newton Series 7 size 2. Like, you can get one of them for like 12 quid at Jackson's Art Supplies, link in the description. I'm not sure if they're actually 12 quid. It depends on the size, doesn't it, really? They can do like a regular Space Marine for a single in a squad in like a day's work is usually, I think, what it comes in at, roughly. Like a box art Space Marine is about a day, which is that's like a working hours day. It's like 7.5 hours to 8 hours, which it seems about right, honestly, if you've been painting Space Marines for as long as they have. Characters will usually take like a full working week, which is like 37.5, 40 hours. I think I'm basically done with this colour now. But the army painters are the real heroes, man. The guys that work at Warhammer World doing that army painting for the displays, they'll knock out a Space Marine for a display in like half an hour because they only paint the side of it that you can see on the display. One of the things that one of my friends who's a GW I'll use Blue Horror since it's already out, a GW store manager, is like revealed to me was that yeah, those display models, they know what the display is going to look like because the entire thing's planned out before they start painting a single thing, and they know where it's going to be in Warhammer World, so they only paint the sides of the models that people will be able to see. They base coat everything, but they'll only paint like do any highlights to it. It's like usually it's just one edge highlight on a Space Marine in one of those displays, and that's it. Job done. Don't need to do anything more than that because no one's going to be able to physically get close enough to see it. But they will only do it from the sides that the punters can actually see of the models, because they've got so many models to paint that it is just not possible for them to paint all of them properly. So this is a bit of Blue Horror. I'm just using this to touch a few of the corners and the top edges. Yeah, these rocks are starting to look good now. It's probably hard to tell. I'll probably also thin down a little bit of Nuln Oil at the end and just kind of drizzle it. Into some of the recesses. The lightning appears to be emanating from or through some of this stuff. Like, it's weird. I'm not going to question how this works. This game's workshop, so it's basically magic. The rule of cool is king at Games Workshop. Don't question how it works, it just works. It works because I say it works. It works because the concept art was awesome. So therefore we made the model. It was too good for us to not make the model. Yeah, let's get this there. The crystal in his chest is actually the Satan shard itself. Interesting. Is the rest like a suit? Already done that one, and that one, this one. This brush is starting to lose its point because I've kind of abused it for a while. But fortunately for this task I don't really need a pointy brush. I was going to try and do a thing with this guy, and I still might be able to. I wasn't sure. It was something I imagined when I first saw it, and they sent it out saying, "Hey, do you want to paint this?" I was like, "Okay, I've got an idea of how I could paint it." Then I got it in my hands, and I was like, "Yeah, not sure if I can do the thing I was thinking." But the thing I was thinking was to do this, metal everything, and then do an OSL effect in every shadow, in every recess, to try and make it look like his armour was in sheets shaped like muscles and there were cracks between them all. But I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get that to read, honestly. Yeah, it's one of those things that is just like, it's not going to take me forever to try and get it to work. So what I'm doing is I'm starting with the bits that I know how I'm going to do them. And I can just, if in the end it just looks fine with the central guy not with that effect on them, then I might just leave it. If I get to the end I'm like, you know what, I think it needs more, then I've got an avenue to explore. But these recesses aren't that deep apart from on his chest. So I'm not entirely sure it's going to work out. I mean, I did once paint an avatar of Cain that way. But, you know, they're made of lava, so it read well. I saw that Andy Wardle has posted on his Twitter that he's got a video about this already. But I have not watched that. The thing that he has painted looks ridiculous. As in ridiculously good. He's done like a chrome effect on the main guy, which looks amazing, and is like, yeah, if there was a model to do a chrome effect on, it's this guy. The recording will be available to watch afterwards, even if I get another copyright claim on it. It just means the money goes to someone else. But the recording will be available to watch. They're usually quite long though, so it might take a while before it shows up. And honestly, I don't think I'm going to get him finished in one session, so I'll probably do another stream where I paint him in the week. Like, I want to do something else tomorrow, so it won't be tomorrow. Yeah, I think a lot of people looked and just went, chrome. I'm like, no, I want to do something else. Also, I suck at doing non-metallic metals, so that's not true. I don't know if I suck at doing non-metallic metals. I don't paint them often enough to know if I'm any good at them. They're not in my style. Whatever that is. I think my style is very rough and ready. I'd like to see what Dave Colwell did with it, if he got sent one. I'm a big fan of Dave Colwell's style. I've got some decent contrast going on here. If I do that non-oil wash at the end, I'm going to do it very carefully just so I don't knock everything back too much. I don't want to lose the contrast I've got here. It's perfectly good. It's perfectly good. It's perfectly cromulent contrast. Get some of these highlights just going on here. It's going to be interesting once I get the airbrush out and start blocking in the OSL with the white ink to see what happens to the rest of the model. Part of what I want to get is everything focusing towards this guy at the top. So the base is going to stay quite dark, and then I'm going to increase the amount of brightness around him. So I'm not going to do the bottom lightning bolts as bright as the rest. I like working with indie studios. I'm not a big fan of the really big ones. I mean, they don't generally pay that much, the big studios, because they've got kind of got an attitude of, well, surely it's a privilege to work for us. And I'm like, it's a privilege for you, for you to have me work for you. Did you ever think about it that way? And the other thing is, yeah, you just hear horror stories about how much they crunch their employees, and I'm like, not into that. I'm not really in it for the money, except that I am. In that I've been an indie games developer on my own, self-publishing my stuff, and it doesn't pay enough for me to support myself. So I've had to become a full-time games developer to pay the bills. That doesn't mean I go and work at EA. It's too much stress, too much churn. They would have to pay me a fortune. And even then, I don't know if I would. They'd have to offer me a fortune. And from everything I've read, that's not what they offer. Now, you want to know how much people in the games industry get paid? Just get any of those like job apps, like Glassdoor or something. Type in a games company's name. And there will be, like especially the big ones, there will be reviews and salaries reported anonymously of what it's like to work there. Just like any other company, it's just like any other job. And you will notice that actually the wages in the games industry are not very good. The main reason most people leave the games industry is because the wages in other industries which require similar skills, for example, a lot of artists move on to movie effects, just pays so much better than games. Games are made at bargain basement prices, man. And it's partially because there's always more people that want to come into the games industry. Like, it's not hard to find juniors, but it is hard to find seniors. Because seniors tend to find somewhere they like and stay there. Like, if you're going to stay in the games industry for long enough to become a senior at all, that is. Which, again, most people don't. Most people bail out. Usually when they have a family. Because it's not a very family-friendly industry. Which is another problem that the games industry has. And needs to work on. Not great at supporting families. Fortunately, the company I work for has none of these problems. But that's because it's quite a small indie company. Full of very lovely people. Most of which have worked at these other big studios in the past and are eager not to make the company be like them. So, yeah. I wouldn't leave where I am to go and work for one of those big studios. Not unless they offered me an absolute king's ransom. And even then, still might not go. The people you work with are more important than the money you get paid when it really boils down to. I'd rather work with people I like than for less money than a bunch of people I can't stand for more money. I think I'm done with this stage for now. So now I need to figure out some other stuff. Like, what the hell is this spear made out of? Boing, 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 boing. What is this? What is this, even? I haven't planned this far ahead. But I will grab... What's this? Is this... No, it's pallet witch flesh. That's greasy. There it is. Also, great. I'm going to grab a little bit of this on my other dry brush. Where is it? There it is. I'm just going to do a very light dry brush of this over some of the areas that I've missed. Doing the edge highlight one. The spear is energy. Thanks, Jim. That doesn't really help me that much. And this bit looks energy, but this? Is this energy? Do I do the whole thing glowy? So let's try and grab some of these bits down here mostly. Like the rubble is what I'm trying to grab with this dry brush. Yeah, that's working. Whoops. Oh yeah, that has now picked out those areas. I'm going to have to look at the picture that you posted in the Discord now. And I don't have Discord installed on this computer, because I had to reinstall Windows a week ago. Let's have a look. What did you... the gallery. Boop, boop, boop. Load the picture. Oh, I see. Like that. I'm not giving away anything important on my phone, am I? No. You just know that I have a Google Pixel. With a custom case. It's chipped. I see. Oh no, let's have a look at... let's look at the box art. What the hell is it called? Void Dragon. Pickety pock. So... they've gone with... yeah, the tip is like glowy, the rest is metal. It's all just metal, 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 metal. Yeah, see, this is a thing with the glowing green going kind of through the rocks a little bit. I can achieve that with a contrast paint thinned down. This, I mean... yeah, it's almost 1-to-1 size here. Theirs has got a lot more blue in it, in the metallic tones, than mine. Let's paint these bits. And that bit, the little thing clinging on his back, I'm just going to knock them in with, where's my... one of my favourite paints, Inky by Darkness. I'm not French. It's Sisters of Battle case. Because Fleur de Lis is all over all of their stuff. This will take a few coats to cover, but that's fine. If I do it lightly, then if I don't like it, I can always change my mind. The Incubi Darkness will bring some green in, which will go in with the green lightning that I'm going to paint. And I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to highlight this with yellows. Whoops. Don't crash, Jackson. It's highly unlikely. There's not that many of us in here. And there can't be that many of you that need new paintbrushes. I think I don't get a payout until it hits 15 quid on my account. I think I've got 77p in there at the moment, so... at the moment, they're just getting free publicity from me. And the back. Weirdly, you'd think I'd be more neat with a big model, but actually I'm not really caring that much about the neatness, because it's so easy to touch up. Hello, Jack Brack. Oh, I see. I get it. So yeah, I'm just going with like my riff on the box art guy. I have no idea New Game 85. Like, it's an art supply store, not a model supply store. There's all sorts of things. You've got little trowels for doing your oil paints in there, everything. Like the fact that I'm sending people for miniature painting there is probably a market they never even thought they'd get. But it's just when I realised I was actually paying a premium for ordering through Amazon. With a lot of my hobby supplies, it's a lot cheaper to get them from just art supply stores. And I've never had a bad brush from there either. I know some people complain about brushes from buying them online, but I've never had a bad brush from them because they don't have a physical store, I don't think. So they don't have kids like bending back the bristles and all the brushes. Okay, so that's roughed in. Yeah, I'll do it on the head bits as well. I mean, remember, some of these brushes are massive. Like painting on big old canvases. Okay, I think this will work. Once I get the touch-ups in, paint some gold bits. So I don't have to be that neat with this. Make sure I get the inside bits. You can't really see them, but you'll notice if they're not painted. But they don't have to be painted well. Oh, let's cut it out on the French jokes, guys. Do I do the stippling thing on this stuff? It's not a very big area. It wouldn't take that long to add some texture to it. I think I might well do it. So yeah, the wings you could probably do in a sub-assembly, or two sub-assemblies, but they were a pain to get on. And they're not proven to be that tricky to paint. Not being in a sub-assembly. It's not actually been that bad, this model, despite not wanting to go together in sub-assemblies. Fortunately, I haven't found anywhere that I can't reach. So sometimes you get a model like, what is it, Efrel Stern, that just has areas that's just like, well, I cannot paint that unless I do it in sub-assemblies. You can expect a follow-up stream when it's finished. I can't guarantee that I will paint all of this guy on stream. Because, you know, I do like to watch me some movies while I paint models. A thing that I never got to do when I was actually doing the tutorials. Ooh, I missed this side. Alright, let's keep politics out of the thing. We're here to paint models. Or at least I am. Don't know what you are all doing. What are you doing? You painting anything while you were listening to me ramble? Are you playing any good video games lately? Also a thing I'm interested in. Not being particularly careful with this brush. No, but there could be. Someone could jump into it. I just don't want to open the door for it. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Lovely. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this and this. Moot Green and Dawn Yellow. This is actually the air version because the last time I went into a GW store to get paints, they didn't have the regular version, so I just picked up the air version anyway. Today's nerf is tomorrow's buff. So let's do a bit of the old stipply stipple. This will dry more translucent than it appears. Right, brain? That's looking good. Yeah, this isn't a very big area to do stippling on, so it should be fine. I do love me some Enter the Gungeon. I am terrible at it though. Which is kind of funny because I spent so long making twin stick shooters. You'd think I'd be good, but no. A lot of people badmouth stippling because they think it takes a long time, but it only takes a long time if you do it in a really meticulous way where you're trying to get all of the dots a uniform distance apart, and I'm like, that's not the point of stippling. The point of stippling is to get a random pattern on there, so just do it fast and move your hand randomly. If you can see a uniform pattern, then you're doing it wrong. You're painting like a dot matrix printer then. What is the dream game to make? Shooter, MMO, FPS? It depends what you like to make. For example, I really love playing turn-based strategy games, but I do not want to make them. In kind of a way of like, don't want to see how the sausage is made kind of deal. In terms of games that I like making, I'm making them. That's the thing. Like, I wouldn't make the video games that I make in my spare time if I didn't want to spend all my time making them. So, quite honestly, Waves 2 is like the dream game for me. And that's the game I've decided to make, and I'm making it. So, go on Steam, buy Waves 2. Bigger budgets do not a better game make, for example. There's like a point, I don't want to work on a team with 200 other people. Making an Assassin's Creed game, for example. None of that. And I've worked on MMO FPS, and they've got their own unique sets of problems. They're not easy things to make. But as I said, what I want to make is what I'm making. But it's usually almost always whatever the game is that I've decided to make, that's the dream game for me right now. Because why would I spend time working on anything else if it wasn't the game that I actually wanted to make? When it comes to my day job, I cannot say what I am working on. I cannot even say what I'm not working on. I cannot say anything. Suffice to say that I have a job and I am making a video game. And I will always try and make the best video game I can ever make at any given moment in time. And I think that is true of everyone working in video games. Like, bad games don't get made bad on purpose. Bad games are bad by accident. if you can look at the work that you're doing and try and figure out how to do the best job that you can in whatever it is that you're working on, you'll do it well. Don't get upset that you're not making whatever it is that you think you want to do, because if you did get to make it, you might discover that you don't want to make it. Which is a situation I've actually kind of been in over my career, where I've been given the opportunity to work with some of the biggest names in the industry, and on further reflection, didn't want to do it. Game dev stories I'm allowed to share? None, because they're all under NDA. I can only share stories about my own company, because I'm only beholden to myself. But I cannot tell you anything at all about the work that I've done for other studios. Ooh, my elbows hurt. So that's our pattern. I'm going to go in there with a bit of this dawn yellow mixed in, just to give this moot green a bit of tooth, so it can grip on. I mean, even for studios that have gone under since I worked at them, which is quite a lot of them actually, honestly, I can't really share any stories about them. I will say that a lot of the time, the most fun thing in video games, like on a game that you work on, is usually discovered by accident. Can I say who I work for? I work for Fabric Games. That's not a secret, that's on my LinkedIn profile. And my own games company is called Squid in a Box Limited. Oh yeah, that looks nice. I like this. I can tell you who I've worked for in the past as well, also. This is actually public information. So I have worked for Ninja Theory on DMC and Enslaved back in the day, and I have worked for Midway, and I have worked for Climax, and I have worked for Runecraft, who went under a year after I started working for them. My career spans 2 full decades so far. Soon heading into the 3rd. Is games design its own degree? Honestly, I mean, we do hire, generally, a lot of graduates. But you don't need a degree. But you do need to prove that you can make and design a video game. Which is more important, to be honest. Like, if you can prove that you can make a video game on your own, you're in a better position than most graduates, because usually they can only prove that they worked on a team. Like, because you usually get split up into teams when you do your final project on a course, and you've got no guarantee when you're looking at that project which bits of it the person worked on. And in my experience of everyone working on final dissertation type projects, usually like 2 people out of 5 did all of the work. Yeah, that's the thing. There's game designers and there's idea guys, and there's also game designers that just copy what they see in other people's video games without understanding why they work. Being able to demonstrate that you know why a certain game mechanic is a good fit for a certain game and not for another game is like one of the most important things that you can demonstrate. because it demonstrates knowledge and understanding. Just being able to quote a load of game mechanics from video games that you've played doesn't make you a games designer. Because sometimes, you know, it might seem like a great idea to copy a games mechanic from a popular game, but it could fundamentally change the way that your game plays in ways that you don't expect if you don't understand how that game mechanic works. So that's a big deal. Being able to demonstrate understanding as well as knowledge. That's one of the key things that I look for when I interview people. I'm looking for understanding. Because anyone can just like rattle off a list of games mechanics that are in video games that they've played. That's easy. But if someone can turn around to me and say, yes, but I think this idea would work better for this kind of game because of these reasons, and tie it back to things like how it makes the player feel, the emotions that are involved in it, in that decision, like what are the ramifications of this decision on other systems in the game. That shit, that's what I'm looking for in a games designer. I have any opinion of Star Citizen? If it's possible, I know someone that worked on it. It's going to happen eventually. They are indeed spending the money on making a video game. It's just one of those projects that is just keeps getting more and more ambitious the longer they work on it. They'll release something one day. I mean, who am I to talk? My last indie game, Waves 2, has been in early access for 5 years now. Someone in a review on Steam called it the Star Citizen of twin-stick shooters. And I'm like, I understand that, but I don't have anywhere near the amount of money that Star Citizen has. The only reason my game's taken me this long is because I've had to find other ways to make money in order to keep working on it. But I found it amusing. Accusing my game of being the Star Citizen of twin-stick shooters. I was just like, I've made it. My game is famously vaporware. And here I am painting a model instead of working on it. But if I didn't, I would go crazy. I do everything myself. The only thing I don't do is make the music. Game engine is Unreal Engine 4. So I'd be a fool to reinvent the wheel and make my own game engine. I don't have a fanatical enough fan base with deep enough pockets to be able to sell them things that they can't use yet. There's like pre-orders. Also, I'm not really that... Honestly, now that I've got a full-time job, I'm just like, I'm quite happy for Waves 2 to be like a project that I carry on forever. And I know a lot of people are like, I'm waiting for it to leave early access before I buy it. I'm like, it might never leave early access, you know? A mixture. Relinquished. It's a mixture of both. So it's C++ where it needs to be, and Blueprints where it makes sense. Could do with touching that up a little bit. Okay, I'm going to leave that like that for now. So I've got a kind of a weird jade thing going on, but I'm probably going to slap a wash over that to tie it together later. Coding is not a must for games design unless you're going to make your own game. And even then, not required. I do advise that it is very helpful for a games designer to know how games work. It's like otherwise it's like trying to be a chef and knowing nothing about how food works. Yeah, if you want to be honestly, at the very least, you don't want to jump straight into video games design. It's usually good to get a position as a level designer, or a tech designer, before going into just being a regular games designer. And that's because it gives you the technical knowledge and the insight into the production process that you need to kind of understand how it all goes together. Is it easy to learn at home? No. It takes time and it takes a lot of effort. There are plenty of tutorials out there that will get you up to what I call my first game stage, which is not hard to get to. But then mostly it involves just thinking a lot. In the same way that, theoretical physicists just spend a lot of time thinking and staring at a blackboard, a video games designer will just spend a hell of a lot of time just thinking and then writing their ideas down and then going, no, that's shit. But then, if you're going to be a tech designer or level designer, you also then have to make the thing as well. I need more water in my palette. Before that dries out. But I would also advise that video games design is something that is best done as a hobby before you do it as a career. The way I got into it was I started off making mods and maps for video games. And it's a lot harder to do that these days because there's a lot less tools to do it with. But I started out making maps and levels for Deus Ex and Unreal Tournament back in the 90s. That's how I got into it. Learning how that stuff went together and how all that worked was my entry point. These days a lot of people jump straight into just making an entire game themselves from scratch, usually in Unreal or Unity, which is also good, but I find that making mods and maps for an existing game that is popular will actually teach you a lot about how games are actually made, like a big budget level. So things like Skyrim, for example. Go mess around with the Skyrim toolkit. It's non-standard, but you'll learn a lot about how things go together and interlink with each other. So that's fine. Does this also want to be jade? I mean, it looks like it's made of stone the same way. I only really started coding around 2005-ish. Up until that, it was all just making maps and levels. And I find it amusing when I get a resume in from someone fresh out of college with their games design course, and they're like, I rank myself as a 7 in Unreal Engine 4, and I'm like, get out, I've been using this engine for years and I don't even rank myself a 7 in it. Also, please stop putting rankings on your resume. We all find it hilarious and we don't pay any attention to them. What's next? Really struggling with this. This I want to be glowing green. These bits gold. So they make the most sense being gold. I'm the most knowledgeable person at the company about how Unreal works, and I wouldn't rank myself a 7. You could work at Epic Games and you probably wouldn't even rank yourself a 7. It's just one of those engines that you just go, there is so much to know. no one can possibly know it all. I'm going back to looking at the design Pong and add one extra feature. That's a tricky one. Design Tetris and add one extra feature. Whoever came up with Tetris 99 was a genius. Because Tetris is like likely to be a perfect game. Which is that if you change any of it too much, it ceases to be Tetris. Okay, on the art here, it's basically just metallic, metallic, metallic. The weapon blades are like non-metallic metal green, which I think I will do last. Because I don't want to get OSL over everything for that. Do I want to paint the scarabs now? Not really. I think I can airbrush a gradient onto these to darken them down. You can learn coding from home. I will say this, Daniel. I am 100% self-taught at everything I do in video games development. 100%. When I was 18, there were no courses on video games design, and I didn't want to learn to be a game. I did a year of music production, of all things, then dropped out, and then became a video games designer, and that's been my career ever since. But I am 100% self-taught in programming as well, and I did that just by looking at the code and trying to figure out how it worked. It's like video games development is about problem solving. Yeah, video games development is just entirely about problem solving. We hire problem solvers, people that can solve problems. Doesn't matter if you're an artist, an animator, a coder, a designer, a producer. It is just about looking at problems and trying to figure out how to solve them using whatever tools that you are familiar with. Because a lot of the time, most video games are like reinventing the wheel. You basically start from scratch every single time. You might reuse a few libraries now and again, but you pretty much always start from scratch. And you're just solving the same kind of problems over and over again. After 20 years of doing it, I've already solved most of the problems, at least once in my career for most things, so that's why people hire me, I guess, because they go, well, this person's doing it 20 years. They already know how to solve weapons. They already know how to solve shooting game mechanics, for example. I can definitely solve that, because I've been doing that for so bloody long. I need... Should I just use a bit of primer, thin down really thin? I'm just going to use a bit of primer, thin down really thin. I need to turn my air compressor on. If you want to get into AAA development, learn how to use Unreal, learn how to use blueprints. If you want to get into indie development, Unity is probably your best bet. I'm not sure why that's kind of where the line is, but it is. I think it's just it's mostly a reputation thing at this point. Okay, a single drop of primer into a lot of water should let me do a dark glaze with this stuff. Knackered brush. I've taught myself C++ as well. I'm not what I would call like a programmer. There's guides all over YouTube for Unity. And there's forums. Forums are a great place to learn stuff. That looks good. Okay, let's just darken down these wings a bit at the tips. You can transfer the soft skills, but not the hard skills. So that is, you can transfer like the idea of how to make something and design a system, but the actual like languages they use are different. I know a lot of games developers have had real difficulty transferring between Unity and Unreal and back again. But you can transfer the soft skills. That's darkening down the wing tips a little bit. Probably needs to go a bit further. I didn't want to head it up with too much paint early. I mean, I'm 100% self-taught in pretty much everything that I do well. I don't think I've ever gotten on well with actual courses or lessons. Like, I'm 100% self-taught in terms of painting, and I'm 100% self-taught in terms of video games development. Well, that's looking nicer. Just giving it a little bit of a gradient on the wings there. What was easier, video games or high-level painting? High-level painting was easier. Honestly. I've only been painting since 2012. But I wouldn't consider myself to be a high-level painter. I feel like I'm like above average. But the average is like there's a lot of people painting. So the average is a lot lower than you think it is. But I've been painting like for 8 years, and I painted a little bit as a teenager. I think the most important thing is that I'm just like really meticulous and focused on anything that I make. I am not top 1%. Not a chance. Yeah, painting is one of those, like, Jim here might not like me pointing this out, but, 2 years ago, when he started hanging out in the Discord, was kind of rubbish. And now is excellent. An excellent, excellent painter. after just a couple of years of like really pushing himself. So you just gotta be focused on getting better, and it usually comes at the sacrifice of not being able to paint armies anymore. Hi, Jim. I called you out. I believe Jim also sucked at taking photographs of his miniatures at start as well, which did not help. And now is very, very excellent at that as well. You got to be willing to put in the effort. Most of the people I know from the Games Workshop stores, crews in the past, their focus was on getting an army on the table as fast as possible. They saw painting as a chore, something that they had to get through and had to be done. If you have that mentality about your painting, that it has to be something that you have to do, then you're never going to get good at it, because you're never going to treat it like something that you want to get better at. You just want to get faster so that you don't have to spend as much time painting. If that is your attitude towards anything that you're doing in your life, then maybe you shouldn't be doing it, because clearly you're not enjoying it. Oh, good old black card. It's not as good as Infinite Black, which is literally just your room with the curtains closed, which is what I usually use. But it is very handy as black card. It's like, seriously, just take photos of your pictures against a black background instead of a white background, and they will look better. This is a true fact. This is why Games Workshop prefers you to use a white background, because miniatures actually, they show up more of the defects and the details like on a white background, but against a black background you can fake a lot. So, if I'm going to do energy from there to here, and paint this as gem, and paint this as gem, I feel like I need to do something with the casing of that backpack thing. And we've got a little dibbler light source there, BDI. I don't really want to paint that as the gem as well, because it doesn't look like it's the same material. Got that big tube, I'll do the big tube after I've done the OSL. That's precisely why it is a black one. It's one of my biggest secrets. The big secrets of all YouTubers is we look like we're better painters because we photograph our stuff on black backgrounds. Any painter that is photographing their stuff on a light background and their stuff still looks amazing, they're the top 1%. Runelord Brass. Runelord Brass, isn't that like really doesn't go over anything? I mean, I probably got it. I'm gonna do the gold. Fuck it. Whoops, I swore. I swore on the YouTubes. Now I'm gonna get banned. Boo. Painting gold. Did I ever end up using my Kill Team? No, I haven't played a single game of Kill Team. Not one. Not with the current rules. Last game of Kill Team I played was before the Kill Team had rules. Oh wait, I don't want to use this. These paints don't like being in a wet palette. No, I don't have the new one, I've only got the old one. Let's paint some gold areas. I think once I've got some of the stuff painted, like this shit here. Yeah, I do Balthazar's gold is usually my go-to for any time I have to paint something gold, but honestly I just prefer, if I'm just going to do this pale gold, I'm just going to use this Vallejo metal colour gold, because it covers great for such a pale gold colour. But it does not like being in a wet palette. Separates out right fast if it's in a wet palette. We're on the sleepy music on my Zelda playlist now. That's fine, that bit's supposed to be gold anyway. I'm completely off camera. A lot of the time I actually paint like with the model right up against my chest, looking down, getting a crick in my neck. This is testament to actually how fast this model is to paint. For such a big model, it's surprisingly fast to paint. Because it's just large areas of the same colour. Well, those painters are fools. How else are they expecting to get decent control over their paint? But also this is a metallic that is so thin, it's actually thinner than regular acrylic paints. And I clean my brushes with soap anyway, so it's not like I'm getting metallic flakes stuck in them or anything. So I just use this, I use one brush for everything. That's how I paint. And when this brush wears out, I've got two more. Always keep spares. Painters say a lot of things, and a lot of it is bullshit, to be honest. It's not like they've done empirical tests to find out which of these things is true that they keep saying. I liked it when Miniac was doing that stuff. Like when Scott was testing to see which the best primers actually were. That was good video content that I liked. It's like, these are useful things, myth-busting a lot of what the community says. Like, loads of people claim that gloss varnishes are more hard-wearing and durable than matte varnishes, but I'm like, that's only true if your gloss varnish isn't an acrylic. Like, that's a bit of wisdom that's come from model painting communities, like the scale modelers. But that's where, in those communities, when they say gloss varnish, they mean like a lacquer. A lacquer varnish. And lacquers are more durable. It's not them being gloss that makes them durable, it's them being a lacquer that makes them durable. Scott was always happiest when he was streaming. Making YouTube videos is so much fucking hard work. And making them on a schedule is even more hard work. The fact that he's got a community that is willing to just pay him to stay at home and stream is fantastic for him. He was always happiest when he was streaming. And you could tell. So I'm glad that he's getting to do what he wants to do. Like, I did find one great article once where someone used science to figure out if licking your paintbrush was actually bad for your paintbrush, and they concluded, actually no, it's probably elongating the life of your paintbrush. So like, there's actually stuff in your saliva that is beneficial and conditions the bristles of your paintbrush. So in reality, licking your brush after you've cleaned it and before you apply more paint to it is actually helping you maintain a better point on your brush for longer. And I was like, haha, I have been justified. Seems like these days that everyone is a programmer. It's such a common career now. I think I've gone over there. I have. That's fine, I can fix that. I should have painted this gold before I did the green, but okay. Yeah, I did go over. That's fine. I can fix it. I can fix anything. That was a moment in my painting life when I realised that actually most of the time you can just fix all your mistakes very, very easily just by painting over them. That was a moment when, a little bit my brain just clicked and went, oh, it's not the end of the world if you make a mistake. That is also a skill that is very handy for a games developer. Not being afraid to make mistakes. It's how you experiment and you learn. If you're willing to screw things up, and you aren't working at a company that will fire you if you do. And if you are, and they do fire you, you're better off out anyway. But yeah, not being scared to make mistakes, because you can fix them. It's not like this is someone's life you're playing with, it's a freaking model. You can change it, you can fix it. This ain't life or death, this is painting in video games. That's a good mantra to generally live by. Unless the thing you do for a living is life or death. In which case, hats off to you. I can't do that. I don't want to do that. I want to do stupid things with my life. Like paint models and make video games. Makes people on the internet happy. Getting that gold on there has really helped. This is helping me get my brain in place about what I'm doing here on this model. Sometimes you just have to break up a surface so that you can see what it is that you're doing. Because it's turned this guy from being like a big mass of one colour, of which I don't know what I'm going to do or paint the next colour as, into being, oh, this is the head, this is the focal point, this is where I want to draw all of the attention. So everything has to be drawn to this point, that's why we wanted this. See, I knew there was a reason why I did this. GW did not offer me the big giant that got released. I did not know about that until they announced them, to be honest. I mean, I'd seen them in like a thing before, but they know I prefer 40k stuff, so they sent me this. So yes, so by darkening, so this is a composition thing. By darkening these wings tips around here and making it brighter in the middle, and doing a similar thing in the bottom of the model and bringing it up, we're focusing all of our attention here, which is the face, and I'm going to want to get this central bit quite bright as well. And then that will form the focal point, because even though he doesn't have a face, because he's a humanoid and humans look for a face when they see a humanoid, we need to treat it as if there is one there. So this pointy star. It's face adjacent. He's got a little beard as well. That should be green. I hadn't even noticed that there was a little beard there until I started painting the rest of this head. But I'm going to paint the tip gold and leave the rest. Those little claws over his shoulders, because this thing is like a Necron parasite digging into him that seems to be actually controlling him. Ooh, I may have to stop soon, because my elbow is starting to hurt. But I will touch up all those gold, well, the green that's adjacent to those gold areas, with a little bit of inky by darkness, and then I will try and get the white ink on for the OSL, because I think I'm ready to do that now. So just got some touch-ups to do here. And the other thing is, well, this green actually works well next to this gold because it makes it look a little bit brassy. Because it almost looks like verdigris next to a brass, like gold like this. So I think that actually works quite well. I mean, I am mostly just stealing all the stuff, but this is another example, I guess, of that thing where I said where it's important to understand and not just copy. Like weirdly, in the process of copying the box art, I'm learning to understand the decisions that were made and how why they painted it the way they did. So it's good to copy things sometimes, but try and understand why something works while you're doing it. So I think I also want to get some darker colours down this. So just darken this tail thing down a bit. I've still got... Oh no, I don't. So before I start on OSLing it, I will darken down. Need a bit more water in that. The tail towards the weapony end. For the same reason, so I can draw attention. Whoop. Towards the upper part of the body. And also, while I'm here, I'll just do some of that. Just to get some shadows in. One of the advantages of doing the metallics first is that you can just glaze stuff over it and it still looks like a metallic. As long as your glazes are thin enough. That's better. Yeah, because now we're getting a bright spot in the middle where the actual guy is. Spray it into his crotch a bit more there. So that's looking quite nice now for a not that long paint job for such a big model. Where's my white ink? There's my white ink. So for those keeping track, this is Liquitex Professional Acrylic Ink Titanium White. Needs a good shake. I accidentally bought 2 bottles of this, but it's only like £3 a bottle off Jackson's Art Supplies. This stuff goes on really well, and you don't have to thin it. One of the things I've noticed people do with white ink is that because they think, well, it's ink, it's already really thin, I can shoot it at a lower air pressure. I actually find that results in spattering. Whereas if you shoot it at, what am I shooting at? 40 psi with a 0.4mm needle. Need to put that down to turn it off, otherwise it's going to go everywhere. There we go. I find I get a much smoother result. I use this to pre-highlight the helmets on my eradicators before painting them yellow. Okay, start low and work our way up. Actually, no, I'm going to start in the hand. Get it with my finger there. I'm just going to try and get just half of it. So I'm not that bothered if I'm getting some overspray of this white, because I'm also going to get quite a lot of overspray with the green when I apply it, and the yellow. Just like any other paint, this has a tendency to dry on the tip as well, because it's still an acrylic, it dries fast. Now, some people may be wondering, why did I spend all that time doing edge highlights on the stones if I'm just going to spray over it with white ink? And the answer is, because I didn't know where the white ink was exactly going to go. And this way, I know that I've done the edge highlights on the stones accurately. So if the white goes over it, it's not a big deal. I know that the edge highlight's there and already done, so I don't have to hunt them down afterwards. I mean, trying to be relatively precise while I'm doing this to minimise overspray on areas I don't want it. But most of the places where I'm spraying, I do want there to be overspray. And I'm trying to make sure that I keep the centres of the lightning nice and bright. Because just like anything, while this will look bright going on, while it's wet, it will dull down. That's why I'm going back over a few places. Now I need to do the more complicated ones, which are the ones between the wings. So... Okay. Oh, that used almost all of it. That was good. So, I'll need that to dry for a little bit, but I also need to clean this out, so... What I'm going to be using over that is going to be ink, again. I'm going to be starting with yellow, and then going to green. Because I mentioned earlier in the stream that it's a lot easier to cover yellow with green than it is to cover green with yellow. When you can't be bothered to fully clean out the airbrush. Q-tips to the rescue. Sorry, cotton buds. I'm not an American. I've gotten in trouble for calling them Q-tips before. Also, apparently that's a brand name or something. Okay, let's track down some yellow ink. That's not an ink. I've got so many of them in here somewhere. At the back. Oopsie. Yes. Green. There's green. Note. Oh, ash. Fluorescent green. Let's try it. Really pop it. This is a Green Stuff World fluorescent green that I've got. Usually requires a hell of a shake, that stuff. Well, I guess, yeah, they both do. So I really hope this works, because otherwise I've just sprayed white ink all over my guy for absolutely nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't just yeet a bottle of yellow ink all across the room. Oh yeah. Let's try this out up here. Now it's going to look very yellow at first, but that's kind of the point. The yellow is supposed to basically beat the fade out. And the core colour. But this is literally me making it up as I go along, so if this looks rubbish at the end of it, just don't do what I did. Okay. Oh, getting a blockage building up. Ooh, almost shook it without the lid on then. That way lies a yellow ceiling. Okay, and that's going to be kind of the base for this green that I'm going to apply. Really betting the farm that this is going to look good. Like, put everything on this, just like, right now it looks rubbish. This is a brave maneuver to do this on stream as well. If I'd done this silently and it was rubbish, there would have been no record and you would not have known. But sometimes I do something that I'm not sure if it's going to work. And it might turn out absolutely awful. But I am hoping beyond hope this works. It looks like it's separated quite a lot. I might have to just use green ink. Doesn't look like it's going to cover very much. Or do anything at all? Not do anything at all. Well, that paint's rubbish. It's so thin that's going to take days to build up. Okay, this is my approximation of Waywatcher Green. Old GW paint. Which is a mixture of green and yellow. Plus some water. So this is kind of going on a bit like a wash because it's so thin, but it is promising. But I think I'll do one of this and then I'm just going to go get the moot green out, because it's not really going on how I want it to. It's too thin. I will use it to blend out the yellow along the edges though. It's not useful. I need something a bit more opaque, because it was not supposed to be that the green would be harder to cover than the yellow. And so at the moment it's mostly just operating like a glaze. Definitely looks fluorescent. I'll be right back, I just need to hairdryer this. Looks better on camera than it does in real life. It's because it's actually slightly blown out on camera. So I need to get some more like green in there. So I'm going to use that Moot Air, that Citadel Air Moot Green that I actually used earlier for a completely different reason. And I'm going to use some of that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a drop of yellow ink in there. And then an extra drop of water. Gives me a nice fluorescent looking green. Yeah! So... Aha! Ah, now we're talking. Yeah! Oh, I'm liking that. Crisis averted, everyone. Moot Green, the king of paints. Everything worked out better than expected. That's looking much better now. Oh, let's look at that. That's what it looked like before. After. But without that yellow, I might not have the right base for this. Just goes to show. Something. Making mistakes is all part of learning. Yeah, I'm quite liking the way that it's blending with the yellow now. I need some more of that colour now. Ah, I am relieved. But also proof that you can always fix things. It's not always necessarily going to look exactly how you imagined, but it's not been lost. Like all of those blue stones now look green, but that's kind of fine. Kind of makes it all tied together. Oh my god, stay open. Fine, don't stay open. You paint pot, you. That is a thumbprint waiting to happen. What I'll probably do is, once I've got all these colours blocked in with the airbrush, is go back and deepen them out a bit. You know what? I don't think Games Workshop can change the pots unless they change paint supplier. Like, I just feel like it's tied into their production process. Oh. Horrible. Better. Bad. Good. Like, that got that much lightning, it would definitely affect the ground around you. That isn't actually that bad for a few hours' work. It ain't gonna win no golden demons. I could do with a little bit of extra touch-ups on the metallics. think my mouse pad needs to go through the wash. So, what am I going to do now? I'm actually going to get some white ink again. Let's see if I can mix in some of this fluorescent green and see what happens. This is a pure experiment, I just want to know what happens with this. It basically stays white. That's how not very powerful that fluorescent green is. Fluorescent paints, I feel like they take like a million things, but it's also a testament to how powerful that white ink is. This is just a bit of moot green mixed with that white ink. I'm just using it to give a bit of a brighter glow to these like terminals and anywhere where the lightning touches itself, or flutters itself, I guess. Hey Shane, not for much longer. I'm probably going to stop around 11 PM, so that's in about an hour. Okay, and I'm just going to add, this is for the little, whatever it is that he's holding in his hand there. Actually, just dump that out. I need some almost pure white in here, which is actually going to be pretty hard to get because I've got white slates to pick up any colour that you've got left in the pot. Okay, there we go. Just trying to brighten up my primary light sources. Get some more contrast in there. The pointy end is the bright end, because that's the bit that you thrust into someone to kill them, right? That's it for the airbrush, I think. Although, thinking about it, actually it might not be it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some of this metal colour silver. I'm just going to use this to kind of slightly touch up some areas where I think I've overcooked it a little bit. Some more tissue. It's mostly on top of his knees. I think he needs it. So if you look at him here, like on top of his knees a little bit, here needs it, just on top of these pecs, and maybe a little bit on the wings. And a little bit down this leg, although this leg not too bad. And then I'll also do a dry brush. I'll do that off camera, probably. So you can thin this stuff down, which is good. Part of this is also because it will have lost some shine. As a result of the inks going over the top of it, because they've actually got a satin finish, and they will dull down the metallics. So. He's a big model. I actually find big models faster to paint than small models. Believe it or not. And he's a big model that's basically a one-trick pony. At least the way I'm painting him. It takes way longer to paint something that's got a lot of small details on it than it does to paint something this big. It was more about broad strokes. Clean the tip. Okay, that's tidied up a bit. And I think the next step will just be a little bit of a dry brush down that tail. Got a lot of paint that I didn't use there. and then I think I'm done for now until it comes time to do the base and maybe paint in the scarabs, although to be honest I'm not bothered about the scarabs. In some cases like this, it's like, yeah, it's a centerpiece model that you could paint 40 hours, which is what, say, your Andy Warhols and your Richard Greys are doing. Or it can be about getting the sheer size and the sheer size of the sculpt is already imposing enough. It's getting an impression across, which is what this is doing. Like, this is a tabletop ready model. Do the base, it's done. You can play with that. A few little dry brushes, and maybe some extra edge highlights on some of the rocks, and it's good to go. Like getting a few little extra white and slightly very light green edge highlights along the rocks on the edges that are facing towards, say, the lightning and your light sources, and I think it will sell that lighting effect even more. But that's part of why these big models are sometimes just so much easier to paint than the little ones. The model does most of the work. So, is that silver? Yeah, that's silver. Where's my smaller dry brush? There it is. Okay. Okay. So I just want to get this down here to pick up the edges. Can use dry brushing to blend in these OSL effects as well, which is a fun thing. It's all about attitude with this guy. I like how through the course of this stream I was like, I probably won't get him finished. And now I'm like, genuinely can't think of much more that I want to do to him. Have mostly painted model with dry brushing and airbrush. I'm mostly just intent on getting him back to being quite shiny. So that the light source tint on him isn't quite as pronounced. So, there is one thing I'd quite like to do that I saw was done on the box art version. And it shouldn't take me too long, to be honest. And I've still got half an hour. And that is, I'm going to do some little details on these rocks where the lightning is supposed to be kind of passing through it. I'm going to do that with a kind of controlled wash. Where did I go on my ink? There we go. So I mixed roughly 1 part smooth green to 1 part white ink. I'm going to add some water to it to make it real thin. I'm going to take that, I'm just going to kind of run it in around this stuff. And then I might get some ink by darkness, because it turns out these rocks ended up more green than blue, and just glaze into the metals of the rocks a little bit. I did say I wanted to do something with the markings on the rocks, didn't I? This is good. This is doing something with the markings on the rocks. I don't have any music playing. For some reason that YouTube video was muted. I must have accidentally hit the mute button. Okay, time for an inane question to chat. What is your favourite kind of chocolate? The reason I ask is because I'm thinking about chocolate right now. What? Jim, I don't think we can be friends anymore. Unfortunately, you've gone wrong. White chocolate. Oh, why would you put that in your body? I can't stand white chocolate. I mean, A, it's not chocolate. B, it's just... all white chocolate I've ever had just tastes so sugary. I can't do it. Mine is always bigger. Ah, see, I got him because Games Workshop sent him to me to paint. They're like, do you want to paint the Void Dragon? I was like, hell yeah. Being, even if I'm not a current YouTuber with 30,000 subs has its perks, this is one of them. Yeah, that's working. I'm getting the rocks that are lower down darker, which is giving me a bit more contrast. Just with a few little glazes. I don't think, if they were going to send me one, they would have sent it by now. They usually send these things out well in advance of them being available, to give us plenty of time to paint them. In this case, I just didn't have enough time to paint it after they sent it to me. But I decided I'd paint it on stream on pre-order day. Because ultimately, why do they send me this stuff? So they can get advertising. So I'm keeping the hype up by painting a model you can pre-order now on the thing. But also, if you're going to pre-order it, use the link to ElementGames in the description of the video, because I get a small tiny cut if you do buy anything from any of the links that are in the description. Actually, it is very helpful and comes at no extra cost to you. I will say this, they won't approach you. They don't seek out people to do this for. You have to approach them. So, you know, if you see an Instagrammer or a YouTuber out there that's got a similar number of followers to you, and they're getting stuff early, then it's only because they contacted Games Workshop, not the other way around. Games Workshop doesn't get in touch with you, you get in touch with them. And you ask for stuff to be on you ask to be on their press list. And then they look at your stuff and then they decide if you're someone they want to send things to early. I haven't seen Richard Gray's version of the Void Dragon. I've seen Andy Wardle's. They're all good. I bet they all spent a hell of a lot longer than the 3 hours I've spent painting this. But quite frankly, for 3 hours, this is ridiculously good. And I could have completely skipped all of that edge highlights of the rocks at the start, to be honest. With hindsight, unnecessary, given what happened to them. Thought I was being dead clever. But look at it now. It's like, can't see any of that. So, yeah. Could have saved myself like an hour's work. This really would have only taken me probably 2 hours. Actually, no. That's this first, which is exhaust manifold, Vallejo metal color, exhaust manifold, and then Vallejo metal color silver. All dry brushed, and then after I did the OSL with the airbrush, I went back and then airbrushed some more silver, and then dry brushed a bit more silver in. And now I'm just kind of incubi darknessing up my rocks to give the middles of them a little bit more depth and just kind of push back the OSL effect a little bit. I think my headphones just disconnected from my computer, which may mean that something may start suddenly come through on the speakers, which will be weird. No, music. What? I don't know what's happening with the music. My headphones are still connected. I don't know what's going on with that, but I cannot hear any music anymore. I'm kind of happy with that. I am going to get... I want something that's a bit thicker than ink because it's going to be a pain. I'm going to use Pallid Witch Flesh because it's a slightly yellowish tone. Yeah. I'll mix a tiny bit of Dawn Yellow into it. To give myself like a super pale yellow. And I'm just going to go around a few of these rocks. And where there's lightning coming out. Give them a few extra highlights. Well done, Jim. Really not sure what to do with this model after I've done with it. Tell you what I'm going to do as well. I'm going to highlight the heart, the actual shard itself. And do a little bit around the edges of these kind of pixels. Usually, the worst thing you can do after doing airbrush OSL is just leave it. If you go back and touch it up afterwards, it usually looks a lot better. If you go back and add a few extra sharp highlights. I mean, it'll still probably look like airbrush OSL, but it will look better than if you had just left it. Yeah, that's looking better. That looks like I meant to do it. I meant to do that. Throw in a few edge highlights along your OSL, where you would have a sharp edge that would glint more. Such as, for example, here on the quote-unquote face. And it just makes it look a little bit sharper. My partner is in some kind of conversation and is losing it in laughter at the moment. I don't know if you can hear that. She sounds like she's dying. Same with around the edges of this dais. The corners always pick up and reflect more light because they're much more likely to be facing towards your viewer. Oh, I've got a rash on my elbow again. I thought I'd managed to shift that. But yeah, winter is coming and the humidity's going down in the flat. Dry skin, it's coming for you. Oh no, I've just been leaning weirdly on something. My partner has a distinctive laugh. I am used to it. It does sound like someone is murdering her. She's just enjoying herself. She'll just be talking to her friends on Discord. Yes. See, edge highlights make everything better. High contrast edge highlights. Sometimes it's not painting the light source itself that sells the light source. Sometimes it's how everything else reacts to it that is the most important part. I will go a long way to only use the edge of my brush for an edge highlight. As is demonstrated by this. Whatever this is. Faces, bases, and weapons. Those are your focal points. So spend a bit more time on this bit. thinking about composition is like one of the last things that I tend to learn, and is usually the thing that starts separating good painters from great painters, because it means you've stopped thinking about it as just a piece on a tabletop, and you've started thinking about it as a piece of art. And it took me a really long time to start thinking about it like that. And the thing that separates the great painters from the amazing painters is that they go beyond composition and go into story. What story does this model tell? I'm not really there yet. I still mostly struggle with just trying to figure out what materials everything should be made of, and then how I should render those most appropriately to get the effect that I want. This one. I think right now it's like easier than it's ever been to get good at painting. Just because of the amount of resources that are out there to help you learn. Like when I started painting again back in 2012, the best source for video tutorials was like Buy Painted, that YouTube channel, which was just about commission painting, essentially. And not a lot else. There's a bit of Lester Bursley, a bit of Dr. Forrest who's still going. But now you've got so many really excellent, like Golden Demon, Crystal Skull winning painters on YouTube and Patreon, dishing out all of their advice, most of the time for free. It's like there's never been a better time to learn how to paint miniatures. Drovarian is such a good painter. He is like, someone said I was like top 1% earlier, and I was like, nope. But Drovarian is top 1%. He is a Golden Demon winner. He has Golden Demons on his shelf. Granted, he hasn't won much recently, but the fact is he has won stuff. A lot of people enter Golden Demon and get pins reliably, which is kind of the level I'm at. Like, probably half the people that actually enter Golden Demon contests get pins and get finalist pins. But to be in the club of having actually won a Golden Demon is ridiculous. hope I have also made everyone realise that this model is actually not that fragile, because I have been treating it very badly throughout the course of this stream. And it's going perfectly fine. Like, once it's together, it's fine. It's just a pain to put together. Also, I've been like fully handling it with my hands. So many people would have been like, "Oh, wear gloves." I'm like, "No, you're not my real dad." I'm gonna get my skin cells all over it. You can't stop me. Games Workshop are getting much better at making models that look fragile that aren't. Like, I've dropped my Nighthaunts so many times, and the only one that ever broke was the Knight of Shrouds on horse, on steed. And he broke in a really weird place that you wouldn't have expected. No one's like broken along the little wobbly bits, and it's because the plastic's got enough spring in it that actually most of the times it just bounces and absorbs the impact. It's not like old metal models where if you dropped it, the super glue would just shatter, and that's it. Your whole model just goes. I honestly don't really care about this bit at all. Like, if I paint this scarab thing, it's actually just going to draw attention away from everything else. So I'm actually thinking I might just glaze it, or get some black and just kind of give it a little bit of a pokey just to bring it back down a bit. Do I have any black paint? This is the good question. I actually don't. Believe it or not. Where the hell's my black? Let's call this black. Yeah, it'll do. Do I paint this as a gemstone? I think I do. A green gemstone. I might paint those little talons as Incubi Darkness with just a edge highlight along them. I just want to take some of the shine off that, make it a little bit darker. Why is my black all the way over there in the case? It's a weird effect, but it actually works quite well. Is dry brushing black over that. I am going to get some contrast black Templars out. I know I said I'd stop at 11, but I'm so close to basically only having the base left to do that I might as well finish off the little bits that are left. Okay, that gets that to where it needs to be. I don't remember, to be honest, Jim. I can't actually remember the email address I used to get in touch with them. I think I might have just emailed their customer service mail address, honestly. Or no, it might have been the press one. I found it on their website anyway. I think it was just whichever one was like, for press enquiries, email this. Okay. Still got some Inky by Darkness on my palette. I'm just going to paint in this gem. With that. As a base colour. And also this tail thingy. I'm going to paint this the same way that I painted this, and I'm probably going to do this off camera, but this is on camera. So this is going to be a stippled thing to make it look a bit like jade, and the same with this. These tissues are like ruining my exposure settings. So, because I reckon that spear is like a manifestation of his power, whereas this is a very mechanical bit of Necron tech that's like attached to him. So this looks magical, but this is supposed to look real. I'm not sure what their threshold for Instagram followers is. I think it might be a lot higher than YouTube, to be honest. But I've only got something like... I'm sub 5,000 followers on Instagram, despite having like 30,000 subscribers on YouTube. So yeah, this tail bit's part of the Canoptek construct, right? So it kind of makes sense that the spear is the same colour as the lightning and all the energy coming out of this guy. That this is the same colour as the thing that has entrapped him, which is the wings and the tail. So yeah, that's thinking about story when it comes to your model. But I think I'm going to have to do that at a later date because I'm actually starting to get fatigued. My eyesight's starting to go, which is usually the first thing. But there you go. I'll try and take a picture of this and post it on my Instagram so you can see slightly better than this quality of this camera, because it is overexposing stuff quite a bit. But that's it for this stream. Thank you for coming out, everyone. I do streams every now and again when I have something interesting to show off and paint. So give us a subscribe and click that notification bell, or you can follow me on Twitter, as they always get announced on Twitter as well, or come hang out in the Discord. All of this, links in the description. So, thanks guys, and have a good weekend. Where's the end stream button? There it is.